Hello, everyone, and welcome to Session 11 of Star Wars Destiny of the Force. When we last left our heroes, they were spread across the galaxy. Sidani visiting her newfound world of heritage, I suppose, in Hapes. Kadas visiting the Mandalorian core world of Mandalore. And the rest finding themselves on a what it started out as an invitation to see a demonstration of a new experimental starfighter by the Imperial Navy has turned into an attempt to save this Star Destroyer that the test was being conducted from an attack by drones. Presumably part of the mysterious drone master Miranda or her boss Saren's schemes. So as we come in on this Star Destroyer and fade into this session, through the smoke we see the unconscious body of Sol Skywalker resting in the main reactor of the ship as it's beginning to overload from an energy surge. Sol, you're just kind of coming in and out of consciousness and can just barely see as and hear the clanging sound of a rifle hitting against piping as your companion Rey climbs up onto the piping where you're at. She can barely see through the smoke and is feeling the heat, but does manage to get herself over to you. And as she does, she just barely out of just a slight reflection off of the piping, see the shape of an armored man as he comes down toward her, grabbing at her rifle and trying to pull her up. The same armored man who attacked and laid out you very quickly. And he will attempt to whip the blaster around to take a shot at him, although it'll be very difficult at this close quarters. But she will make an attempt. The smoke making it ever harder to see, and the heat making it difficult to stand properly. Castum, as you're by this reactor trying to figure out how to contain the energy surge when your allies arrive, you hear the sound of blaster shots coming out of the smoke that you were trying to look into, trying to see where Sol was at, trying to find your teammates. And you don't hear much else due to the loud sounds of the reactor, but Sol, through your in and out state, you would hear a bit of a yell from Ray as the blaster is successfully, after having missed its target, pulled away from her. And she falls down next to you. And a half on top of you, half to the side. It's a fairly wide set of piping. And the armored man will move forward, rifle in both of his hands, and stomp down at Ray. See, that's it. He is, due to his armor and such, unaffected by most of the smoke and heat effects. And with that, oh, break down for that'll be 11 on Ray. Which does not knock her out, but probably makes her wish she was. And with that, we will now cut away to the glittering white steps of the inner palace on the, well, I should say the inner corridors of Palace on Hapes, as a much more wild looking than before Thadani, after having been called by Venata, is running up.
Few leaves in the hair, it's not. Yeah. So, Sid, as she's walking through the palace, did Ambrose stay with her, or did he branch off at some point?
He, after you got the call from Venata to come meet with her as soon as possible, soon as possible, kind of soon as possible, he just stayed where the two of you were. Seemed to lean back and relax. He kind of indicated to you that he would be back in the palace later, though.
No. So Sid is running through the palace, a couple leaves braided into her hair, probably trying to fix up her appearance a little bit as she is moving through.
Okay. Yep. Eventually you reach where you were told to get to, and you see wearing the nicest but the nicest, like, Jedi kind of combat attire that doesn't involve robes that can be worn on your new friend Sarah, as she's kind of waiting outside these two very large doors. He looks a little uncomfortable, gives you a small smile as you approach, and good luck in there.
Thanks. So kind of holds out her arms. How do I look? Presentable?
You see her looking from your face to your hair. Looks great to me.
So gives her a smile, kind of tugs at the collar of her robes, and confidently strides into the room. If I look good enough for her, then I look good.
You're met with a very ornate room, likely a more private sitting room used for diplomatic meetings and off-world entertainment. Fairly large and big kind of tapestries, has that beautiful aesthetic that most of the palace carries, where everything is very clean and a big emphasis on kind of the purity of it. Lots of whites and few golds here and there, some emblems and sigils on the softer materials. You get the impression that it's wanted to be reminded that you are in the Royal Palace of Hapes.
Yeah, Sid certainly starts feeling a little out of place.
As you approach one large window with several panes toward the top, you see some glass artwork that has been made into the window. And as you get closer to this window, you see Venata standing in one of the best dresses you've ever seen her in. She looks absolutely in place with the room. A white dress with just hints of purple here and there. Very covering, but also very showing off. And you can tell just from her body language that she's tight and tense, and though she's comfortable in the place and the outfit, unlike you, she's very uncomfortable with the situation. And
I hope things.
And as you approach her, she takes one look at you, and you just see almost a look of horror.
Oh no. I know. I imagine that's also Sid's expression as she realizes this.
Venata doesn't even have time to get out a word before you hear a very harsh, but harsh in its speed, but not necessarily in its tone. Laugh, very short but present, from an older woman sitting close by the windows.
Sid looks over at this person.
Though the hair is graying with age, you see a very vibrant orange-red hair, fairly similar to your own. Woman in her later years, definitely, if you had to guess, probably in her 70s. Though she could probably pass for 60s. very, soft face despite the lines of age, and you can feel just from looking at her a very strong strength of presence, and a mixture. Her dress, though, is something you're very unused to seeing. A mixture of kind of your own Dathomiri kind of look, along with, you can see just the hints of sort of Jedi browns and what would otherwise be a somewhat ceremonial looking dress. And though the hair itself isn't braided like yours, you can tell that it's far from Venada's perfect looking. Probably the most distinct aspect, however, is that she only has one arm. The other seems like it was injured a long time ago, but not replaced with cybernetic.
I just kind of look over at Venada, back to the newcomer, smile, and try to. Does to know any kind of formal gestures, like to bow or anything like that? Does she know any of those mannerisms?
I would say just from her appearance, it reminds you enough of kind of the Jedi Praxium on Dathomir that you could probably just, whatever you did while there would probably be the most appropriate.
Then Sid would give, I guess it would be something of a local salute sort of gesture. Maybe something that originated among the different clans and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. To this, she gives a smile before a more serious expression, and Venada just trying to contain herself at your appearance in the moment is just kind of swallows and says, This is Jedi. This is Jedi Master Tennoka. She leads our and you see her, Venada, having difficulty speaking.
Right. We met Jedi Master Tennoka. I am Sidhani Joe, the adopted daughter of Sinola T and of the Singing Mountain clan. And I'm sure you know Venada's sister.
To this, the woman introduced as Tennoka just nods and says, yes. I know much more than that, so we should get this started.
Say kind of looks around the room. Is there a chair or something or to sit in?
There's several places to sit near where she is, so I'd say there's some more kind of lounging chairs. There's kind of wider couch-like, sofa-like kind of things. Depends on how close you're willing to get. Venada would stay standing regardless of where you sit.
All right. Sid, well, you know what? Should probably just take the closest seat and just try to be casual about it, hide some of the nerves that way.
Okay. Venada will walk to stand near where you are sitting, basically. So that when she's speaking, she can look at both of you.
Okay.
And you see her kind of... She seems very comfortable with herself, but even this Jedi Master seems he's having a hard time knowing where to begin with what she's about to speak with you about.
Well, Sid's in the dark, so she's probably going to sit there and fidget until someone says something.
He begins. As your sister was beginning to say, I lead the Jedi outpost on Shadowmod here in the Hapes Cluster. Though I suppose it would be more accurate to call this my home. I lived here for a long time as Queen Mother.
That Sid's eyes kind of go a little bit wide, but she tries to keep her expression relatively calm afterwards.
But as it was known to the people that my only daughter, my only heir, had died, it had seemed appropriate for myself to appoint a successor and heir. Asley, the one Venata called Mother.
You're the Jedi Queen's mother. And she'll look back with just an expression of kind of shock and a bit of understanding. Look back at Venata, and it's just kind of pointing at Tenoka like, "This is our grandmother. Do you realize this?"
There's a bit of a pained smile on Tenoka's face, and Venata's face is very cold and trying to... You're not sure, but she seems very inside herself right now.
All right. I guess Sid turns back to her grandmother and is... I don't know. I think she would be in a bit of a state of shock. Still.
We knew this day would come when you two would find each other. Suppose you have questions.
Yeah, quite a bit, actually. Well, that's... it's a lot to take in, first and foremost, let me just say. And Sid's probably still looking back and forth between Tenoka and Venata.
Tenoka seems to be relaxing the longer you talk, realizing that maybe this won't go as poorly as she thought it could. Meanwhile, Venata is seems to be having the expression reinforcing why Tenuka might have been a little tense to begin with. The kind of feeling you're getting off of Anata, not just like visually, but even through the force, is one of almost displacement. Like as much as you feeling like you might be finding your place, she's feeling like she's losing her own.
Okay. Sid would probably give Venata a concern look, more the private, just between us sort of thing, but for Tenuka, she'll, let's see. I imagine she might start firing off a bunch of questions, just all at once. So, what was a mother like? Jedi Queen and all, and what? Uh, why did you separate us? Why did? And she'll just offer decimal questions, and the longer she's listing them off, the more they kind of blur into one word.
Your mother, Hasley, and I determined the best way to take care of the two of you was to give you an upbringing similar to my own, and allow you each to embrace the lives that made me and your mother who we are, and in the hopes that when you did come together once more, that you could share with one another.
What happened to her?
She still lives, or at least we hope she does. We have not seen her since she gave birth to you.
Sid looks back at Venata and just kind of, she's alive. Uh, one of those kind of open secrets that, yeah.
But Venata's, you can tell, probably starting to tear up a little, but still keeping somewhat the colder, at least facade. You're not sure what she's exactly feeling inside, but that's what she's putting out. She does look like she's struggling not to cry.
I think that might be enough to kind of, at least partially, Sid just kind of stops and will stand up, go over to her, and put her arms around her sister as she continues to ask questions of Tenuka. Well, when I actually think of a question.
Yeah. Venata, in response to, you would at first try to kind of almost softly push you away, like subtly trying to do so, but doesn't really stop you from kind of hugging / holding her. You get the impression, being very close to her now, that she's much like you, just overwhelmed with emotions, and it's just her difference in upbringing and situation that's probably just the difference in your reactions.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I... So what happens now that we're all back together, that we found each other? Do we go after wherever uh, the Jedi Queen, I mean, Mom might be? Or...
Tanaka just leans her head forward. I do not know where Allana is. There's only one person in the galaxy who would be able to find her.
And who would that be?
A friend of hers, trained to be a Jedi alongside her. Man named Sam. Sam Kenador. And she looks to you both with almost an I'm sorry look. Like, you can tell she's very reserved, and especially at her age, not, you know, she's full of life, but not necessarily, like, the most expressionful.
Mm-hmm.
But you, from the way that Venata reacts to what is being said, and you knowing her slightly more empathetic feeling in the Force, you get the impression from both Tenoka's expression and body language, and from Venata's own reaction, that you just heard the name of your father.
Yeah, Sid would, kind of piece that together.
At this point, Venata would be kind of slightly burying herself into you and crying.
Yes, Sid would be holding her, squeezing lightly.
So, the way you're positioned, Venata can't see Tenoka and would basically be toward you, but you can see Tenoka kind of past Venata's shoulder, more or less.
Okay.
So you can continue the conversation. Venata's not capable at this time.
All right. Um. Do you happen to know where this guy is?
He... Much like your mother, he is good man, a hero, and I only know that he left when your mother did to help protect the galaxy and search out unknown threats. But he is out there, and if you find him, he knows how to find your mother.
Sid just kind of nods. That family occupation really makes it difficult to send mail to, doesn't it?
You see her have a slightly surprised expression for a moment before a very soft laugh.
And can I ask why we weren't made aware of each other sooner?
I presume that is an answer Vanada could share, but perhaps it's better to hear from me. The Hapen royal families are noble families. All wish to be royal families. And keeping you separated while you were too young to defend yourselves was safer.
Sid just kind of thinks because she has not had any real experience with the noble families yet. So
yeah, you just get a feeling of confirmation from Vanada. That's about it. That's part of her reaction right now, is understanding that because of her own life, that's some of it.
gotcha.
You see Tenmakam begin to stand and say, I will only be here for the rest of the day, but do believe you two need time alone. I'd be happy to talk with you more if you wish to before I depart. You see her begin.
It's been great to meet you, Grandma. I can call you that, right?
You get kind of a you get I don't think I'm gonna be able to stop you look from her. she does come to kind of give you both a very light kind of not quite embrace, but she puts the one arm around you in particular and kind of puts more of her body against Vanada and gives you both a kind of firm hold for a moment before moving for the door.
Oh, I don't have any anything from Dathomir to, make up for those lost birthday celebrations and otherwise. But what do you call the man who brings her Rancor his dinner? The appetizer, huh? Okay. So just kind of
She just
blushes red and goes back to holding Venata.
Tennoka just nods and shakes her head and moves toward the door.
Of all the jokes.
So with that, you're left in the room alone with Venata. Who pulls away enough from you to sit down finally.
Yeah. Wow, we have a grandmother. That's it's just a bit. How are you doing with this? How are you processing?
This is first time I met her. I knew of her reputation and had seen her from a distance when I was young. Never knew. Couldn't know.
That makes sense, but you did get to meet her, so that is something.
She looks up at you. I have a father. We have a
Yeah,
father.
we do. Somewhere out there saving the galaxy. Some Jedi Knight with a shining sword.
And you see her just put her kind of put her hands in her lap. Look up at you with sad eyes. And you'll be just like both of them.
You too? I've seen you fight. You bested a Mandalorian. I can't say the same.
He was using a hammer.
Yeah, the weapon choices don't make that much of a difference. A win's a win. I think you're more like him than I am, to be fair.
You look like both of them. You're like your mother and Master Tanaka and
They don't run around with leaves woven into their hair, I'm sure.
she gives you another like almost glare about that. Like, oh yes, you reminded me. I just I love you. I love you're here, and I just
Sid puts her arm back around her for comfort.
You know how to be a warrior and you'll be a Jedi like mother and father and grandmother. And when they know who you are, the people know who you are, you'll change the galaxy. That Moff, Arcadia. He's just the first. Know who you are.
Yeah, and I screwed that up big time.
And she just tilts her head forward and just shakes it.
What's wrong?
Selfish, I brought you here for family while our friends are tracking terrorists.
It's hardly selfish. This has been wonderful. I've loved every minute of it. Get to spend time with you, spend time with family I never knew I had.
Just nods.
Tell you what, next vacation we'll go to Dathomir. You'll learn how to braid things into your hair and fight more than just Mandalorians.
And as she's looking at the braids, she will finally ask, "How did you do that?"
I'll show you. So you get a strand of your hair.
And she knows how to do braids. She meant specifically the leaf thing.
And Sid just kind of walks it through how to delicately tie a leaf in place. Or just any kind of various objects. The Dathomiri had those headdresses where they would do more than just leaves in the hair. So she'll kind of expand on the different objects. You have leaves, you have flowers, you have beads, and all this kind of stuff, and how to do it in a Dathomiri style.
All right. And as you two are doing that, we will go back to the dramatic action of the Star Destroyer several sectors away. So, Talia and Young, you are running with Avalon and new stormtrooper friend Finn. And you emerge out into the main reactor area, seeing smoke kind of pluming from one of the pipes, and you see a few small warning lights that are that look like they have just flicked on, and you can definitely see some heat emerging from the vents. It's visible enough that you can see the distortions being caused by the heat in the air. Avalon is looking for where the computer console is, and is kind of walking forward in search of it. Finn is just kind of staying close relative to her. What are you two doing?
Do we see Castum, Sol, or Ray anywhere?
If you follow Avalon, she will eventually see where Castum is and begin moving toward there more quickly, along with Finn. No sign
like
of Sol. No sign of Sol Ray or Ray.
Okay. Sol must be lost in all of this steam and smoke.
Yeah, it's likely. I don't know what they did. I'll just hang back a little and see if I can look for him.
Yeah, I'd say at this point the smoke covers about 20% of the reactor, basically where the fight took place, and has ballooned out kind of to cover that whole sort of slice of the reactor area. The only part kind of in that slice that isn't covered by smoke is the area right around the middle, since it doesn't quite reach up there.
Is there any way to get rid of that smoke? Steam, whatever?
You just...
Light?
I mean, you have to stop it from coming out, and then eventually the air system would circulate it out, but there's no way to just exhaust it without, I guess, venting the reactor.
Alright, good to know.
Yeah. The smoke itself isn't warm, it's just right when if you get near any of the pipes that are currently having to circulate the energy, those are exceeding their normal parameters and are thus kind of heated. And obviously wherever there are specifically vents for the heating, like I said, it's charged enough for it to have that that sort of looking through glass look to it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the first thing is, let's regroup with Castor. And then he and Avalon can begin working on a solution.
Okay. So, yeah, Talia, do you go along with that?
I'm gonna hang back a couple of steps and see if I can try and see Sol and Ray and all this.
Okay. So, as they all make their way toward custom, you hang back and, yeah, make a, go ahead and say 3 purple, 2 setback perception check.
Not gonna go well.
Okay. The bad news, you don't see Sol and Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Good news is you see someone that isn't the others. Bad news is he's coming toward you.
Good. So I'm gonna draw my lightsaber.
Yep. That would be part of what the Triumph allows you to do here, is basically to do a full reaction. And then
yell to the others like, we really got company in here.
And yeah, so Young, you, Finn, and Avalon would basically have reached the top of the steps. Castum would be a short distance away. Castum, you would obviously see them all, except Talia. At this point, and when Talia yells that out, I'd say Castum, you'd have a hard time hearing it, but Young and the NPCs would have heard it fine. Castum, you'd know someone yelled out. You just may not have picked out the words. Yeah, so you drew your lightsaber. Is there anything else you want to do before an action takes place?
I'm gonna move forward towards him and keep him away from the people at the reactor console.
Well, I mean, okay. He's basically grappling out of the smoke at you and gonna come flying in. So
Yeah, basically just gonna prepare to get hit and
okay.
engage with that.
So move away from the core area, like the
Yes.
middle of the room. Okay. That's good. That's good enough. Yeah. Since you saw him basically moving before he came out. So yeah, he fires out and he fires out at one of the like safety guardrails closest to you. It clamps on. He comes rushing out of the smoke toward you, and we'll have initiative for you and him, and then everyone else will be after that. So cool for you because you had time to prepare. Well, listen. And he wins.
Yep.
So he comes racing in, connects with that pipe, and then kind of leaps off the pipe into a spinning kick toward you. So that'll be... What are your defenses?
This counts as melee, yes.
About to kick you, yes.
Yeah, so 3.
And any upgrades to his check? Is there anything you can do to give him
dodge
upgrades?
here, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's dodge. I'll take a strain for that.
Oh, and you need a... Yeah. Yeah, okay. 1 strain. And... Right? Fascinating. We do damage first, and then figure out what happened. So... That'll be... 12 damage.
Assuming soak applies.
Soak would apply, parry would also apply if you so choose.
I can wait on that for now, I think.
Okay. So yeah, just kicks out at you, and then how would you like to utilize the threats and despair? You could either use it toward helping your check or to do something within the scene that would be negative for him. You could... The number one thing I could think of here is like you could use it to basically... given how he was moving, you know, he was jumping off the guardrail into an attack on you, and he did hit you, but you could then do it as in his attempt to hit you again, you could potentially, I guess, knock him over the side of the rail.
Kind of what I was thinking, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah,
as
let's do that.
he lands a really good kick on you, but before he can land another one, you start dodging and moving as you were saying, and as he's trying to punch or kick toward you, you're able to get him in a good position with the rail thanks to the smoke, and he kind of flips over the rail, and you know he's not going to drop super far, but that will at least take him some time to get back up to where you are. You cannot see him currently due to smoke, however.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, in that case, as he goes over the rail, how far of a
Unfortunate
drop is
that.
it if I look over?
You can't tell due to the smoke.
Okay.
Your best guess. Let me actually. I do need to make a recovery check for him. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, your best guess would be just be a short drop to get into like the below pipe conduits, but you're not 100% sure.
Okay. What do I want to do here?
Okay. So, yep.
Yeah, I think my best chance is to just wait for him to come back over and be prepared to hit him again, because I'm assuming he's going to come back for me.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't be able to hold action, so is there something you want to do, or do you just want to get, like, defensive stance, aim kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't part of his recovery the grapple that's attached to the railing?
No, it would have disengaged when he jumped off for the kick, so.
Okay.
So.
Right, I can't cut that away from him, unfortunately.
No. It's likely how he will get back up quickly, though.
Yeah.
So, he'll either climb or he'll use that. You know that despite being a guy in power armor, this is a very mobile individual.
Yeah. I'm not going to put myself in a disadvantageous position by jumping down to him, so.
Okay. So with you now prepared and aiming, ready for when he reemerges, if he reemerges near you. We'll move over to cast him a young Avalon and Finn. So Avalon would approach you, cast him, and she's a little unsure what to think of you, but kind of just nods and says, "Okay, reactor," and then she kind of starts moving over to the controls. Finn is just, you know, he's kind of professional stormtrooper in mode and just has his rifle out and looking around.
So last time you said I needed 2 people, right? Me and somebody else.
Well, you need 3 people, technically. 1 person to be at the reactor console where Avalon is now going toward, and then 2 to actually control the systems. Like, to actually do the manual shift.
Alright. Well, I'll point out where Sol and Ray went. And then... Oh, well, I was about to say I might ask Gareth for help with the mechanics
Okay.
part, but...
Alright, he's back.
Yes, hello.
Okay. So, did you catch everything there, Gareth? Or
No, I was, attending to the baby.
yeah, it's okay. All right, so yeah, so Avalon is to recap, Talia, the armored man came, attacked Talia, kicked Talia successfully. She used his off balance from the kick to basically knock him over the rail he used to get to her. And he's disappeared down into the lower level, and she's basically in a position prepared to try to combat him should he come back up. And then you, Avalon and Finn have gotten over to Castum, and Avalon has gone over to the reactor console to see if she can understand what's going on and see if she can help in general. You and Finn are next to Castum, and Castum just pointed out where Sol and Ray, kind of where he thinks they were in the smoke and all that. And then that's where you're at.
Okay. Yeah, I will look at Avalon and Castum. I'll be like, okay, how do we stop this?
Well, I'll try to leave out the difficult technical details of what's happening and explain what we need to do.
Yeah, explain it to me like I'm someone who has a very limited knowledge of mechanics.
Is that because you have a very limited knowledge of mechanics?
I mean, if it's a starship, I can fix it. But, well, a small starship.
So yeah, just explaining the whole reactor overloading and needing to the simplified process of what we need to do.
Yeah. Just manually redirect the power so it doesn't start overloading systems on the ship and causing them most likely to either get disabled or explode.
Yep. I had a question. So, mental tools. Does that mean I can do stuff without a toolbox?
Yeah, you just won't get any bonuses that might be provided by said toolbox, obviously.
Okay.
And if something requires an active use of a tool, that can get difficult, but it allows you to do the actual thing in the first place, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering because my intelligent toolbox only reduces time for most mechanic checks by 50%, and that is not technically useful in this situation.
Yeah.
As things need to happen at the same time.
Right.
Okay. Presumably, we need to go to different points of the reactor. If Avalon stays here at the terminal, can she coordinate so Castum and I can, do it at the right time?
Yeah, because she also has to do it at the same time as you two. This is the thing.
Ah, great.
Because she has to basically have the computer coordinate when it's sending the power, and then you two will displace it at the same time. Think of it like if a disk is spinning around, she's kind of timing when the disk will go, and then that's when you two have to do it. And so you're trying to both hit the disk at the same time. And then presumably it would stop.
Okay. Obviously, the armored man is somewhere in this room. I know Talia's in a position, but he could still strike at any time.
Yeah, and you also don't know what's happening with Sol Array, or if they're in a safe position either, for what you're doing.
I mean, I kind of think Sol and Ray are going to have to wait, because if the ship explodes, then they're not in a safe position then, are they?
Also true.
So what I think we should do is I'll go to one spot, Castum goes to the other, Finn stays with Avalon to protect her. Does that sound good?
I mean, I was gonna say he should help Talia, but we don't know about that. So,
I mean, Castum wouldn't. Young would have seen Talia get kicked and then knock him over the side.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Talia winning, so
air quotes.
Now, can she win a vigilance check? That'll be the problem.
well, it's so what I'm concerned about is Avalon essentially has very little combat training. Yeah.
You know that as a Imperial officer on Anaxi, she had some combat training. You do not know to the extent of which she's trained. You also do not see any visible weapons on her. You know you do know she got that deflector shield working though.
Okay.
So she has that.
But I mean, so she's not as good a fighter as like Talia is or I am, for example.
Probably not.
No.
You could assume that, you know, depending on how well trained you think Finn is, the fact that he's still alive right now, you could assume he's potentially better as well. Yeah, because he's actually trained for military combat as opposed to her who has military combat training. The distinction there. Oh.
I mean, if Caston thinks helping Talia is the priority, then can Finn go and deal with the other mechanical thing? Or would Finn go and help Talia?
Finn will go wherever you guys want him to go. He's I mean, you're the Imperial Prince, he is an Imperial Stormtrooper, he will follow the order.
Odd question. Is there a middle ground for where he could be between them?
He can be in a position where he sees both of them, he just won't be close to either of them.
I mean, that works for me.
It would basically mean
he's got a gun. It's all right.
Yeah, he's got a rifle, but it's basically a medium range shot either way. If he's to do that.
Yeah, the intent here is just at the very least he can be in a position where if he has to move, he'll get to either of them rather quickly.
Okay. Then yeah, he can go to be in that position where he's basically at the top of the stairs, but a little bit around the ring from. So he's at the top of the stairs from where Talia's at, but he's a little bit around the ring from where Avalon's at. He can see both of them at about medium range.
Okay.
And then you two want to start moving toward where you need to get.
Yes. I will just I'll give Avalon my Roby pistol before I go.
She'll push it back toward you and just say, "I'm good."
You don't have anything at the minute.
I can take care of myself.
I just wanted to make sure you're safe.
He gives you a kind of affectionate smile and just nods and says, and I want you to want this to be in the better hands.
Young will just nod and move to his position.
Yeah, she'll just lean over the console and kind of sort of off-screen everyone, but just say, I'm an analyst, it's what I do. Analyze. She's just talking to herself as she's using the console. And,
I don't use guns, I use math.
and then you see, alright, so, yeah, you two begin to make your positions. They're both sections of the piping that you have to get up onto, so 2 purple, 2 setback, due to heat, for, young and custom athletics.
Damn, Cass been working out.
That was not as good of a roll it could have been. Oh, neither was that.
Right, guys. So custom, at first when you touch the pipe that you're supposed to be climbing on, it's hot, it's uncomfortable, you don't like it, but eventually you kind of let the force run through you and begin to kind of use that as almost a protective layer between you and it as you climb.
Ah, yes, hot, uncomfortable, and don't like it. Just like my home planet.
Yep. And you're not able to get past the heating problem.
Okay. I really should invest in this this force that everyone keeps talking about, you know? That'll be quite helpful. I guess I'll just try and climb the pipe again.
Okay. So as you're trying to find another place to try climbing up from, we'll move back over to the smoke where we find the very kind of barely awake Rey, kind of painfully trying to shift and move, and she's trying to grab Sol's body and Sol, you'd be awake enough to talk here at least, and she would just be saying, this is harder than I thought it would be. And she's trying to like grab your arm and kind of move you onto her shoulder so she can pull you off the piping.
Still just gonna look at her and just, we gotta stop meeting like this.
And she doesn't have her staff to use as support either. She's just kind of trying to wrap the gun, like keep the gun on the sling around her while pulling at you, so she would also be trying to like feel around and try to find your pistol and grab that as well. She's trying to move you along the pipe. She doesn't feel confident enough to make the jump from the pipe, so she's just trying to move you along it to try to get away from where the rupture is and where all the heat is emerging from. Let's see. Strong enough. She is barely. Holy cow. Given what she's rolling there. So she's just barely moving the two of you down the pipe.
Very cinematic.
Yeah, she's basically crawling with you sort of half on her back, sliding. And trying to use the bits of her outfit and yours where it's a bit looser to kind of not get burned. But she will still have to make a resilience check for moving along this, and hopefully it won't make her pass out. Doing okay. He is doing okay. All right, back over to Talia.
Uh-huh.
Metallic grates around you are kind of creaking slightly, moving.
Oh no.
Things are
Well,
shifting.
time to play whack-a-mole.
And make a vigilance check against 2 red, 2 purple.
Sure.
And there'd be 2 black from smoke as well.
In this case, I'm gonna remove those blacks.
Okay. Sense danger.
Yes.
Right.
Oof.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so after a moment of that creaking, you just hear the sound of heavy footsteps, and what you can only imagine based on the maneuver you see happening is that the creaking you heard was him getting a running start from the lower area to run straight up the side of the wall that you knocked him over.
You know what? That's just really impressive.
So you see him basically running straight upward and using that guard rail as a flipping device. And he will flip forward and this time draw his blaster and fire.
Mm-hmm.
And ranged defenses, and will you dodge?
Ranged defense is 4, and yes, I will dodge.
Okay, I will give you an additional. I'll add an additional setback for you being ready. And currently, that dodge makes this a 1 red check. Do you wish to spend Destiny to add a purple to that, or no?
I think we can hold off for the moment.
Okay, just checking. Giving you the opportunity. Make that call. $19 Pierce 4.
Okay. So that's a lot.
Yep. So before you add in reflect, Pierce 4 would ignore 4 of your soak. So
Right.
I would imagine that leaves 2 left.
Yeah.
So currently you have 17 damage you're about to take before you use reflect.
Great. Well, we're gonna try and reduce that.
Okay.
And that's reflect and not parry.
Reflect, yeah.
Okay.
Parry is melee, reflect is ranged.
Only gonna reduce it by 3.
Oh, looks like
I makes that.
you're going soul in unconsciousness.
1 over.
Oh, wait, that was the wrong way around. I don't think so, because my wounds are 19, so that should be 14, right?
Well, you already had 6, though.
Yeah, okay.
It's it's 17 to be added, not 17 total.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with that, a crit twice will occur, once from the attack, once.
Can these people stop being bad guys, please?
Oh dear. You
So
got,
close to staying up.
You got an average crit, slightly dazed. So that means if you do keep that in mind, because if Talia does get up before the encounter technically ends, you will still be disoriented.
Okay.
And and your brawn and agility checks will also be increased by 1. So you were prepared. You thought you were prepared. You were definitely prepared. And then he ran up the wall.
There are a lot of things you can mentally prepare for. That is not one of them.
And so, since you had been expecting a slower climb or a grapple, you just weren't ready as he vaulted over the side, and you were especially not ready for it not to be a melee attack, as a few quick blaster shots came out, you deflected one of them, and then the rest hit you, and you fall backward in a daze, and kind of hit the floor slowly.
Nap time.
Finn yells out upon seeing this, just in surprise, and he will now fire at this guy. So that'll be and so go Finn go. So Finn begins firing his blaster rifle out at the armored man, who clearly was not ready for this spring of attacks. And Finn will have done 15 damage with that shot. Armor man doesn't, I mean, he's phased, but fine. He just kind of puts his arms up in sort of a defensive position and takes some of the blaster bolts as they hit and scorch up the armor a bit. And Avalon will do the first computer's check. Begin figuring out the timing. We'll give her a boost due to Castamare having been in the system.
Yes, when I cracked the system wide open.
Yeah, well, I meant more have already been looking at those parts of the system. But yes, that as well. Alright. He is in and getting set. Yeah, you can only, the two of you can only barely hear her over the noise of the reactor, but you do hear her yelling out, "I got it set." So, Castum, you can now begin the 2 purple, 2 setback coordination check to get into position within the piping to do what you need to do. While Young either needs to do the same athletics check he did before, or try to find a different method of getting there. Also, Caston. The Force is your friend.
Eh.
Can you stop succeeding with one success? You're messing my nerves.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are your nerves being wrecked?
So, Castum, you begin to slide yourself in between 2 of the pipes so that you can get to the controls needed. You are now in a safe position so that when you do this, you won't be hurt by the resulting energy that will likely come out into the room. Not all of it will be vented out into the room, but it'll still hurt if you're not in a good place. You are in
Alright.
position now for Young.
Okay, as I look around the room, do I see any way I can climb up?
I was about to say,
So-
other
dumb
than this
question.
pipe
Can I
in
use
front of
my
me?
advantages for a boost for him or something?
Well, you only have the one advantage.
Oh
And
yeah, never mind. Yep.
I'd say use that for a boost for your own
Yep.
dex check probably. So yeah, if you look around, Young, you would see that if you go back onto like the upper ring, you can probably attempt a sort of tightrope walk like line between one of the supports and the piping, rather than trying to climb up onto the piping directly. It's a little more
That's
it's a little more dangerous, but it does avoid the heat.
I don't like that option though. Like, you just told me it's more dangerous.
No, it's more dangerous in that if you fall, it'll be more dangerous. But it'll be a coordination check instead of athletics.
I mean, they're the same, so it makes no difference. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of like try and pump myself up. Use a destiny point here. Say, come on, you can do this.
You can do this. Take 1 strain from the heat, but you are able to get enough of a running start and jump that you avoid being against the heat for too long as you're climbing up on top. You still have to find a way to get in position, however. Meanwhile, back over to Ray, who will now have to try to slide herself in and Sol down without hurting either of them. Which is a little more challenging. Well, she manages, but not so great. And she will need to take another brilliance attempt. Oh. Oh. She is afraid for herself and Sol. And so thus we'll use Dark Side to stay up. If she had failed that check, she would have passed out. And So, Sol, you can feel that a little bit. You can feel the kind of fear and just the pain of the situation kind of radiate off of her, but she does successfully slide the two of you off the piping down kind of into the area where the armored man had fallen, which is significantly cooler, but she still had to deal with the excess heat radiation from being on the piping itself. And now that the two of you are down there, you can begin to cool off, and she's kind of leaning against the wall of the area and trying to just catch her breath while holding on to you still. Do you have any stim packs on your body?
I have 2 in the military pouch, so it's very easily accessible.
Yeah. So she'll start feeling around for your pouch, and then once she's able to find that, she'll get out one of the stim packs and try to stab you in the shoulder with it. So, that'll be 5 off for you. And you see her just kind of coughing a bit and trying to get used to being out of the smoke again, and kind of just leaning against you slightly like, oh.
Sol's gonna like reach into his pouch and then he's gonna pull the second stim pack, and then like as he's holding her, he's gonna like shoot her in the arm with it as he's like pulling her in closer.
Okay. That gets her out of easily passed out or one hit range. Certain one hits will still take her out, though, obviously, given how the armored man's been going. Speaking of... oh, sorry.
Oh, so I was just gonna say one last thing. Like, I know you were scared, but if it comes to letting go of me or reaching for that power, don't ever do it again.
She slowly nods. Okay. I think I understand.
Other than that, you've done very well.
She just kind of gives you a half smile as we now shift over to Armored Man, who begins just doing the kind of slow, determined walk in Finn's direction, and will fire on Finn. Ooh! Ooh! Oh dear! So that's 18 damage. Pierce 4 coming Finn's way. Luckily, for him, he can take it. Without going down. However, it hurts a lot. And less fortunately for Finn is gonna have the triumph be that he shoots at reactor controls behind, well, more of a reactor safety behind Finn, which starts shooting out electrical stuff, spraying forward and knocking Finn down and kind of to the side as he's trying to avoid getting hit by it and still getting kind of blasted around by it a bit. as well as a pretty mean crit, I think. 10. No, I mean, you guys got a destiny point out of Finn's pain. Easy crit. And Finn is going to kind of cough and pull for his blaster pistol from his holster so that he can at least shoot that. Try to get the armored man. That. As he's passing close by. And misses. Avalon kind of looks up in surprise and tries to shout out, "Are you ready yet?" to Castum and Young. She's starting to get a bit concerned about what's going on as he slowly approaches. Sol, you would be hearing the blaster fire kind of coming from above where you and Ray are.
Well, Sol knows exactly where he's going now.
Alright. Avalon will do her next check attempt then to see if she can she's got her stuff set, but she has to be able to actually do it, so that now. Okay. If you two are able to attempt it, she can hit it this turn. So.
I mean, I can.
Yeah. So yeah, Young, you have to make a decision to basically unsafely just basically leap at the system and try to pull it, knowing that you'll probably get hurt by it. Or you can do what Castum did and try to get in position. But that's going to take an extra round. Okay.
Leap.
Alright. Okay, so time for you both to do it. So I'm going to have you both load up so that you can roll it at the same time. You get one boost.
Go ahead and spend one of those.
Yeah. You can add one boost to your checks thanks to Avalon's advantage. And difficulty will be 1 red, 2 purple, and 2 black due to heat.
I'm going to lower it by 1 purple with Master Artisan.
Okay. And it will be mechanics, obviously. And does Young have any sort of tools or anything to help him?
I have a Jedi multi-tool.
That, in this case, would be enough.
Sweet.
You just need something that'll help you move it more quickly. And that,
Okay,
I
so-
think, would suffice.
1 red, 2 purple, 2 black, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Does
minus
So-
one.
the multi-tool give me another boost or anything?
No.
No.
So
Which
get
doesn't
the...
add any more setbacks.
Yeah, I was going to say, it would have made your check harder, not easier.
Does mental tools and or the halving of mechanics checks times help me?
Does not help. It does not help. It just doesn't hurt. Alright, so once you guys are both ready, let me know, and we'll have you roll.
I'm just
Yeah,
double
ready.
checking, making sure I don't have anything that can help me here other than Master Artisan.
So it'll be, yeah, so you'll be removing 1 purple from that, obviously, as you said.
Yeah. Alright, well, if it fails, I have Natural Tinkerer, so...
I don't know if yours is the one where it's worried.
I know,
Oh, good
but
for
I'm
you,
just
yeah.
saying, okay?
Caston spend his destiny points upgrade fails.
No, you shouldn't until after.
No, yeah, no, I'm waiting. I'm not upgrading my dice. I'm gonna see if I can have to dark side.
Yeah.
Alright,
Alright.
I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Bow.
Oh no!
Okay.
Okay, so question. Can that triumph and or dark siding help here?
The dark siding, no. The triumph, I would allow you to notice that Young failed to move it and to not do it.
Awesome.
If that...
Or for some damn reason, can I use Natural Tinkerer on his check?
No.
Because it
But,
doesn't specify. It just says 1 per session may reroll any 1 mechanics.
But yeah,
Doesn't say whose.
Yeah, Young, take 1 strain as you get jostled around from your attempted leap to just yank it. You were so close.
That could have been worse.
Okay, so if you're on comms together, I will, however, allow custom success to help give additional stuff to Young's next attempt.
I do have comms, so.
Yeah.
And I was talking to them earlier, so.
Yeah. No, I was just, as long as you're still having it active, I mean.
Yeah.
The 2 of you can talk to each other right now.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, can I use that advantage to help him?
Yes, you can. Yeah. And it'll actually be an easier check for you because you already have it in position to do it. It's just... yours isn't the issue right now.
I'm assuming there's not a check that I could do to assist him in a way at all.
No, because you skilled... like, that would be... skilled assist, but that means you can't do anything while you're assisting.
Yeah, I figured. I just...
Yeah,
I
to
was
be
just
able
trying
to
to be
assist
sure.
him, to be able to assist him more, he needs an additional person. Basically. More than you just giving him your stuff, it needs an additional person.
I forgot about the strain from Master Artisan.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I need someone to tell me not to jump at the levers.
All right, so okay, so Sol, you said you had something in mind. What do you have in mind? What you doing here?
Well, I don't really know what's going on because I was in and out of consciousness the whole time. So I was mainly just going towards the fire and seeing what is actually going on.
So you want to climb out of where you and Ray are at, basically?
Yeah, I was gonna climb out and then first to see if the coast is clear for Ray to come out after.
Okay. So that'll be 2 difficulty, and 1 setback due to smoke, since you won't have a good idea of where the handhold is to, like, pull yourself up. That's on athletics, of course. Okay, so 1 strain, but you do manage to find the right places to climb and pull yourself up. And from where you can pull yourself up, you'll see Talia down what looks to be an electrical surge happening on the like computer platform. And you would catch just the kind of edge of seeing where the armored man is, because since the circular platform is raised up a little bit around the core, you wouldn't really be able to see him or Avalon, and definitely not Finn, who's on the ground all that well. But you would see Talia down.
Okay.
And you'd
I'm gonna,
hear
like-
you'd hear the blaster fire coming from the ring. You just couldn't see anyone up there except the shoulder plate maybe of the armored guy.
Well, I know Talia has med supplies on her, so I would try to stealthily get to her.
Okay. Do you tell Ray to follow you?
I'm gonna sort of whisper down to her to, like, get ready to come out, but stay, like, where Sol's like, hanging at. He's gonna sort of motion for her to stay, like, where he's at currently. Okay. So as he gets out, she can come up.
Alright. Which she does.
Show off about it.
I'll have her recover some strain with that. And Triumph will be that she can just hang until you tell her. Alright. And Talia's down still, so Sol's making his way toward her, but not there yet. Armored man will fire one more time at Finn because he keeps fighting and it's annoying him. I think Finn's down.
Just wait one more round.
Yeah. He continues to shoot the conduit, which also unleashes a bit of an electrical, like, at this point it's not just a few sparks, it's a whole on, like, the conduit is breaking apart and electrical lines and energy are just shooting out, so thus making the whole stairs area where Finn is at, and where if Talia were to get up to the like, if they were up trying to get up onto this, to the, like, ring where the core and computers are, you'd have to get past either the electrical field or have to climb up the side of the ring, kind of creating a full hazard there. And then Finn will take crit plus 10 and a crit plus 20. Crit plus 10. He loses his pistol. Crit plus 20. Aight. Knocked onto his back. And Armored Man begins walking in the direction of Avalon, now that Finn is no longer a problem. Oh. Avalon will now attempt her check again, since it was clear they didn't go the first time. For one reason or another. So she will attempt it again. This time easier, because she's already done it, but still. Attempting it again. Alright. Launched again. This time you guys don't get a boost, you get an upgrade instead. Due to her triumph. So, both of you get ready for your check. Castum, you have one less purple as well, due to already having successfully done it.
Alright, then I'm going to Master Artisan again, so it will just be 1 red.
Okay. So yeah, Young, you have an upgrade from her instead of a boost, but you get a boost from Castum. So basically just same check as you had last time, but replace the green with a yellow. Let me know when you two are ready.
I'm ready.
Gareth?
I'm assuming his silence means he's dealing with a baby again.
Probably.
No, I forgot to unmute.
Oh.
I'm
I
ready.
just thought if he didn't talk, he doesn't have to roll.
Yeah, right. I'll just roll it myself. We're good.
Okay, you get a
Let's stall for 2 hours.
Yeah, the two of you get a more concerned yell this time. Clearly, you both would be able to tell at this point Avalon is under stress, but she sends the pulse out again through the system. Yeah. Let's see what you guys got.
Young is making it really easy for Sol to step back up in leadership.
Oh, damn. So, okay, so cast, since you can negate that one threat, you would be able to stop it again. As soon as you notice Young isn't going. And you just see the large, like, pulse of energy kind of pass through the pipes under you as you don't do it. You stop yourself at the very last moment. So, at this point, you both would hear the sound of the electrical, like, explosion kind of happening at the main core area, even though you don't know the cause. So, more likely you would assume that the reactor is starting to go, not the fight that's going on. So,
I don't have eyes, but I have a feeling that he can tell I'm staring.
I'm just going to ignore him and I'm going to go over the comms. Avalon, what was that noise?
The attacker, he's coming. I probably only have one more try before he gets here.
Just
take time to prepare. It's just you hear what you hear her say to both of you.
As Cass is just practically like casually leaning right next to the console, ready to pull the thing.
Yeah. Well, by you both taking time to prepare, it will reduce the difficulty. It will, however, take an extra round. And the reason is because she's going to prepare to do a combat check on her turn instead of the computer check.
Okay.
Can I? Okay, so from this position, can I see that guy? I'm assuming not.
Not at all. Neither of you could.
I figured, but I had to ask.
No, you'd have to get out, which Young technically could on his turn, but he's the one that needs to prepare more. So, at this point, Yeah, because you'll be able to, by both of you preparing, basically, you'll be able to remove a difficulty on your check. So hopefully that'll be enough. But first, we have to see if Avalon will still be up to help you. Okay, Sol, you get over to Talia.
I instantly go for the stim pack in the med bag because I don't know medical stuff and just stab it and see if that works.
Does Talia have stim packs?
Yeah.
Well, she has one less now. Heal for 5. Okay. So, Talia, you wake up to Sol having helped you, and you see the electrical storm and coming from the reactor core, and Finn being caught. Basically, it doesn't look like he's getting continuously hurt, but he is caught behind the storm, basically. So if you were to try and help him, you'd have to get through it.
Right.
And he is definitely out. And you both would be able to see the armored man heading for Avalon. And yeah.
Great. So she starts waking up, looking around like, hi, Sol. That hurt.
I thought you were supposed to save me.
Well, couldn't find ya. Everything's bad. Help me up, would you?
Yeah, Sol would help Talia up. And question, with Talia having her comms open before she went down, would Sol have heard what's going on currently, like over the comms? As he was like,
no, because yours would have been knocked out when you went down.
Oh, what I heard Talia's, because she was knocked out with hers on. Would I have heard the last bit of Talia's?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so seeing as the armored guy is busy, Sol would motion towards Ray while he's helping Talia up.
Okay.
And Sol's just gonna...
Ray would jump up at that point. You
And
motion for her to come over to you, basically?
Yeah.
She would. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so she runs over to the two of you. All three of you are kind of banged up looking, but you're there.
Alright, guys, I have a plan, but it's a Sol plan.
You know I'll follow whatever you do. What have you got?
Well, the others seem to be doing the more important job right now. We're all banged up. So how about we just bum rush him? He thinks we're all down, so if we just all go in at once, then at least give the others time.
Stupid, dangerous, but actually not the worst.
We only have one shot, so each one of us has to make it count.
Okay, so the three of you begin moving for that then, because it's going to take your whole turns to do what you've already done so far and to basically get over there.
Sol will quick draw his lightsaber, so he's got his lightsaber and
Yes.
Yeah. Keep in mind that on your turn you'll have to make the choice to either run through the electrical storm or make a check to climb, which will slow you down a turn, obviously. So the electrical storm is a run through thing. It's just if you fail a reaction check, it'll hurt you and potentially take you back down again, depending on how much it hurts you. So something to keep in mind there is, would you rather have the faster rush but potentially go down, or take a turn basically to get up there? But yeah, okay. So while you're all making that decision on how you want to rush, that brings us to Armored Man coming in on Avalon. And you see him kind of walk toward her with a kind of a similar determination to Finn, but a little less, I'd say a little less dramatically. And you see him change the setting on his blaster before firing at her. Oh. Sorry, gang. She takes 18 strain, which is exactly enough due to her taking 1 strain on one of the computer's checks to put her over threshold. And she slumps down against the console, unconscious by exactly 1. He will use the advantages to take a free move maneuver to get over to her. And to recover some strain. Okay. So, with that, Young and Cass, since you haven't heard any updates, do you prepare like previously called out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Since we don't know that she got knocked out.
Okay.
Guess since we're prepared, we'll just yell out, "We're ready." Press it.
Yep. And okay, so top of the order, athletics checks, 2 purple, for Sol, Talia, and Ray. No setbacks. Ray's fine.
With my crit, does that become red, when purple?
No, it increases, so it adds a purple.
Okay, thank you.
So it's 3 purple instead. And you're still disoriented, so that's still a setback as well.
Yep. This is great.
Mm-hmm. You're fine, though? 1 strain for Sol. Alright, so the 3 of you manage to run for and climb for the edge, and basically all vault and flip yourselves over. Talia more of crawls up, but y'all make it onto the core platform just in time to see the armored man grabbing the unconscious Avalon and basically slinging her over his shoulder. And you see him activate his grapple, and he's going to fire it out. Okay, and he's not used to having the additional body weight, and he misses his shot to grapple the escape. He's quick to recoil it back toward his arm to make another attempt, but it'll be your turn. Castum and Young, at this point, you would have noticed that the pulse has not come. That she was supposed to do just now.
I guess I'll reach out over comms, and I'll just ask Avalon. We didn't see the pulse.
Yeah, everyone else would, Sol and Talia at least, would hear that. And it would, so unless Young and Castum do anything, or if you just stay there and try to prepare a bit longer.
If we're not here when that pulse happens, then we're screwed, so...
Yeah. It's pretty much you're counting on that group to sort it out.
Yeah.
What,
You also would all know that you're starting to run out of time, like as far as the core goes. Like it's gonna start overloading systems on the ship probably after this turn.
Point that out over comms, and like if anybody can get...
Now I should say after the next full turn, I mean.
Mm-hmm. And then if anybody can get to that console.
Yeah. If someone can get to the console, since she's already prepared it, that's a lot easier, but someone else other than her has to do it. So, I'd say you'd be able to communicate that. But if Sol and Talia are saying anything. So far they've been quiet.
okay.
I was waiting for Talia to respond because Sol doesn't know what's going on and what he meant by pulse.
Yeah, we're still just say we're a little bit busy, but we'll work on it.
Okay, you need to be busy going over and activating the pulse, because Castum says that it's going to start blowing up.
Great. We're still dealing with something. We'll work on it.
Sol's gonna look at Ray. New plan. Me and my sister distract him. You run for the terminal.
Okay. Out of interest, Plan B, where we selectively overload bits of the ship. Where would we do that plan?
It would basically involve someone would still need to do the pulse. It's a different version of what you're doing right now. You need one person on pulse, one person doing what you're doing. So because it would basically be each person it'd be one person venting it at each point. And you'd have to choose which system you're choosing to overload.
Okay, we just wouldn't coordinate our pulses, we just blow
it would be one person would fire the pulse, one person would do what you and Castum are trying to do. If you and Castum can do it together, then you can avoid overloading anything, but you have to do it at the same time. Otherwise, yeah, that was the alternative plan.
Okay.
But you're still the issue is you still need someone to be at the computer console. So, what Ray is going to react is what to Sol's plan is kind of point at Talia and be like, she's smarter than I am.
I can try.
Like seriously out of character, like Talia has the better check of her and Ray. Neither of them have computers.
Oh, I was assuming we just had to hit a button. Because I thought it was all right.
It's still a computer's check. Still a computer's check. It's just
I mean, all I have to do is pull a lever and look how that turns out.
Well, it's about timing and getting all this, because you have to be able to stop what you're doing if you don't time it right. That's the problem. It's a complex maneuver.
I'm just picturing Young playing that game with the prizes where you have the lights and you have to stop it on the red light.
Yeah, it's a very elaborate version of that. What you're doing right now.
I mean, I always
Oh,
think that I'd
rigged.
make a terrible drummer, you know? Like,
All right, so
Regardless,
okay,
I'll go for the
so
console.
if Castum and Young are staying to prepare, which will make their checks additionally easier still, then that makes it Sol, Talia, Ray. So
yes,
Talia wants to go for the console.
You're just
Okay.
gonna be like,
I will jump for the armored guy. Talia, you run for the console, and then Ray, you can provide cover fire if he tries to, like, between him and the console if I fail.
Okay. All right, then that's what you'll do. Okay. So Talia, you run to the console. You will need to take 2 strain to get there and do the check.
okay.
Okay. So it is a 1 red, 1 purple, 2 setback check. Computers check.
Does that include the crits?
But the crit does not apply to intellect.
Oh, okay.
You still are disoriented, so that still will be a 3rd setback, though.
Okay.
The 1 red, 1 purple, 3 setback computers to get the pulse going.
Thanks.
All right. No pulse for the other 2. All right. So, what's the plan here? Got Avalon over his shoulder, and it appears he's just trying to escape. Even when Talia goes to the console, he doesn't seem to be caring about Talia.
Okay, so how far away is he from where we're at?
He would be short. He would be short shooting 2 maneuvers to engage. But keep in mind, shooting wise, he does have Avalon.
Okay, then I'm going to leap off straight towards him with Hawkback Swoop.
Okay.
So I'm basically gonna, like, maneuver to get closer and then Hawkback Swoop in.
All right.
And I'm going to use my once per session beginner's luck to add 3 automatic successes to it.
Okay. And he will use a destiny point to do coordination dodge to add 4 failures to it.
I'll include those. What's his defenses? For
Defenses is 3.
I'll remove 2 of those with my Sense Danger and 1 from Custom Grip. What's his red purples?
Adversary 3.
Red and purple. And I'll take 2 strain to aim.
Okay.
Definitely a check.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of pictures on this result.
Okay, let's get mine first.
All right, let me yeah, all right. So let us figure out what the damage is. And then we'll go from there on the rest.
I look away for 1 second.
Yeah, it's quite a roll being made there in general.
Okay, so that'll be 11 breach.
You were able to remove 3, just double checking, you were able to remove 3 setbacks?
Yeah, 1 from custom grip and 2 from the sense danger.
Ah, okay, cool. Alright, so how much damage?
11 breach, I think.
Okay, he will unarmed parry a little bit of that. And take the rest.
And I have 4 advantages, so I'll do a crit plus 10.
Okay. 1 second. He does not have crit reduction, so go ahead and do that.
I did it.
Wow.
I successfully made sure. I was like, "Here's the plan. We're gonna slow him down." I slowed him down.
Wow. That's amazing. Now, what to do about the despair in the room?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Sol's just gonna say, obviously over his shoulder, just be like, "Miss me."
Oh no, I didn't forget to put durable on him. He's already got enough. He's got coordination dodge. He has 4 failure coordination dodge. I don't, it's like there's enough going on this guy.
Yeah,
He doesn't need
great at
anything
everything.
Also, I'd like to point out he's still up too. Like it's not like that even downed him either. And he has been hit already.
This guy is so tough. Like, come on.
All right. So I'm just impressed. It's
Exactly the right crit. Yeah.
that, yeah. I was gonna say I'm impressed at it's let's see, a 4, 5, 6, 7 on 1. So obviously you guys are doing other objectives as well, but the fact that he's
I mean, the biggest villain here is still the lever, so.
yes, definitely. You guys are getting to the point where it'll pretty much be just roll successes though on your end. So there's that at least.
I really hope.
Yeah.
Alright,
The room is about to shift though as well, because you guys aren't going to be able to make the shutdown attempt, so something's going. But all right, so as far as the despair goes, we're going to say as Sol comes spinning in with the hawkback swoop, you're able to very deftly and well able to move and dodge and slash in on him without hitting Avalon. It knocks him into the rail, and you hear a bit of a grunt and a kind of surprise, and then he is going to kind of, in his days of trying to get himself coordinated, try to get himself back up, he is going to sweep out with his leg and kind of knock you over the side of the railing that he just ran into, and you won't fall, but you will have to pull yourself back up again. So you are, although it's on the edge, not on a like a little thing hanging out, I would say kind of Phantom Menace, Obi-Wan, and the Maul fight. That's kind of where you're at right now. So, and he's trying to get himself reoriented Ray is going to move in toward Talia to cover her, but she is not going to fire because she could easily hit Avalon. And it's clear that the armored guy isn't gonna escape yet. Okay, do Castum and Young continue to hold, or are one of you gonna get out?
I mean, if I were to leave and go help with the fight, how long would it take to get back up here? Like at least a round, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would take you. It would take you. Depending on how you help them, would depend on how long it would take. If you just get out and like shoot, if you're able to shoot from where you're at, then obviously you could then just drop right back in. If you don't, however, if you run out, then it will be more of a it'll be more difficult to get back quickly.
Can I see him from here?
If you got out, yes, because you would be able to see if you got out from where you're at, you would be able to see him because you'd have been able to see Avalon. And he's further away from the console. He's by the railing now. It would be a long range shot though.
Oh, that's not a problem.
Well, it's a long range shot plus Avalon shield.
A whole, yeah. But then I would have to jump and hit the lever again, wouldn't
Pretty much, but I mean, that's what you were working with before, basically. You still never took a turn to actually situate yourself safely. Because we were just trying to get your difficulty down. Castum is about as safe as one can be. It is about as set as on this thing as possible. Like he's about as close to just pushing a button at this point as one can be.
He's got all the process left.
So I would have to leave this position to help them, right?
You also would, yes. The only thing that would not affect, for either of you, it would not affect your progress on the easiness of the check, only your safety in yourself when making the check is what getting out would be.
Right, I don't care about my safety.
Yep, I was about to say I don't give a shit about that. Help them so we can all not die in an explosion. I'd rather die to some weird ass electricity thing than have us all die from a explosion.
Okay, well, do remember that one is about to go off. It's just can you get this done before too many go off? So, because you have run out of time now. But okay, then if you both are gonna pop out, Castum, you would pop out first because it's easier for you.
Okay.
So, what do you do?
If I cannot see him from here, right? I have to move.
You can see him.
Medium?
Long.
Wee. Shit.
So you would need to move if you want.
Yes, I would have to move.
Which means you will also need a turn to move back. That's the thing. If you only pop out, you won't need a turn.
But if I use strain, I can get back quickly, right? Like,
not if you want to move to medium range to shoot.
Shit. Crap, I can't do anything because it's all medium. My weapons are medium. And I don't want to move to the point where I have to take a whole turn to get back.
Also, in case anyone's wondering why the armored man can maneuver around so well while the PCs are having some issues, it is because he has free running. They do not.
I seriously want that talent.
Free running or force leap upgraded would do wonders in this kind of scenario. So
Will he have to get closer to
the
us?
grapple also helps, yes, Preston. But
A jetpack would have come in pretty handy.
yes.
Is he gonna have to be getting closer to us?
No.
I mean, he's running away, so
Yeah, he's trying to get away. But he's stunned though, so there will be an extra round before he can attempt.
Okay, I don't like it, but I'll move.
Okay.
So I can shoot.
Okay. So custom. All right. So yeah, you basically have to move along the piping and kind of get down from it a bit to get into position to shoot. All right. Medium range shot at him.
That's just the 2 purple.
No. I mean, to start with.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Before we add in a lot of upgrades, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so first things first. All right, so that'll be. So are you just firing 1 then? I take it if you're saying 2 purple.
Hmm.
You already know he's
Yeah,
easy to hit.
Yeah, that's why. It's like I have the thing that lets me hit my second weapon with 1 less thing, but I don't know. Now I'm just gonna use 1.
Okay. So he's adversary 3, but him having her basically makes him adversary 4 here, because that adds an upgrade. So that takes you to 3 red.
Okay.
And then he has 3 defense.
Shit.
So 3 red, 3 black.
Okay.
And obviously if you despair, you hit her.
I can't aim, correct? Because I moved to get. Yep, I figured. Oh, please don't despair. I didn't despair, but I didn't succeed.
You just missed. You just missed. You're trying so hard not to hit her that you're just like, ah. Fire off. All right. All right, Young.
okay. Yes, I will also leave my position and take aim.
So you're
very careful aim.
You're staying at long range though, correct?
Yes, I will, because the integrated scope on my rifle reduces the difficulty of long range attacks by 1.
Ah, okay. So same roll as custom then.
I mean, damn, that's still a hell of a roll. I can remove a setback because of my grip. 3. Leaving the lever position, was that a maneuver?
Yes.
Okay, but I can still aim 1.
Yeah. Oh, custom, you needed to take 2 strain, by the way, for moving. That's why you couldn't aim. Otherwise, you could have taken 2 strain to aim like Young is now.
Here we go. Oh.
Look at them 5 failures coming in on the red dice.
Young is not having a day.
Okay.
Oh.
Can I make him drop Abeloth?
I'd say with all advantage, yes. Because I think it's more than dropping a weapon, which would normally be 3 as is. So if you want to use all 6 for that, I'd say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then yeah, as you're firing at him, he's still trying to regain his balance from Sol. He will I won't say not harshly, but he will kind of lose grip on her and have to kind of half drop, half set her down to try and regain control of his motor function in a way that's helpful. So, okay. That takes us back to Sol.
Is it going to be an action to climb out or a maneuver?
I mean, technically, I believe you could use Hawkbat to swoop again.
Oh yeah.
Because that's a jumping attack, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's just, it forces you to do that or to climb out. Obviously, if you miss, you might have a problem.
Yeah. Definitely. Alright, so it'll be 2 red, a purple, and 2 subback.
And he will use coordination dodge again. So 4 failures. But otherwise, it should be the same difficulty you had before minus an upgrade. So.
So I'm going to use the white, obviously, to get engaged with them and not fall.
Yeah. But otherwise...
But trying to get out an awkward angle, then I couldn't really...
Yeah, you're able to do the jump, but when you go to do the swing, he's just already moved out of the way. Take 2 strain from the threat. Actually, don't. I'm going to take that back. I'm going to have him do a maneuver to move back toward Avalon. And he will use his turn. He cannot act, but can do maneuvers to grab hold of her again, forcing Ray to not once again not be able to attack him. And then... Alright, try again, Talia. Same check.
Great. I'm sure this is going to be fantastic.
No pulse.
Nope. Just banging on the computer a couple times like, ah.
Okay. Ray doesn't fire, so it's back to cast him, but as no pulse is done out again, cast him before you have an opportunity to decide what you're doing. The whole reactor room shakes, and you can see below that the energy is starting to build up too much. And there's a big spray of kind of electrical energy and smoke that erupts into the room, not in an area any of you are in, but you all can hear it and see it. And you start to hear more warning sounds go off, likely from beyond the ship. You also, on one of the walls of the room, begin to see what appears to be lasers cutting in. It's very slow and it's not done yet, but that does appear to be occurring. All right, so some part of the ship just went, but you guys, none of you are in a position to know what part.
Silly question, maybe. The wall that the lasers are coming through, does that lead to space?
You are not sure, but it is possible.
Great. Okay.
The reactor room is pretty large. It's not unfeasible that at least 2 of the walls may be on sides facing space. And Preston, it can't be droids that are on the ship, but if there were any droids outside the ship, then they wouldn't have been caught in the blast. It's the ship was part of the delivery system. Right. So, Castum, what do you do? There's the whole room, by the way, is starting to get smokier. There's starting to be like sparks falling from the ceiling and coming out of the floor, and the things are not okay.
I just wanted to save people, and now we're all dying.
Well, you know, one system one, it may not be, you know, you're not, the ship might not be gone yet. You also know people were evacuating, so you don't know how many more people are still even on the ship other than you all.
This may sound heartless, but I don't give a shit about the NPCs. I care about half of the PC party dying because of my choice.
Okay.
Ugh. Ugh. So Talia's in a position to be pressing the button now, right?
She has been trying, yes.
Okay.
So.
If I can, I'll just do one last shot and then try to return to the console so it can be ready.
Okay. All right.
Is it the same check as last time?
Yes, because he got Avalon back.
Okay, so 3 red and 3 purple, or 3 black.
Yes.
Huh.
You hit her.
Huh.
So what would you have done if you had hit him? Like, how much damage?
Thankfully, not much. All of 8 damage. Blaster pistol.
That still would have allowed you to crit, so would you have?
Yes.
Okay.
Technically, I hate saying it, but yes, I would have tried to crit him.
Yes, okay, so Avalon takes 5 wounds.
I'm so sorry.
And do you have any vicious or anything that increases the crit?
Thank God, no. It's not maimed.
All these low crits. Boom.
You know those daggers that you were staring at me earlier?
Oh, yeah. So you hit her left leg. So as he's like trying to get himself situation back up, left leg crippled. All right. Right, young. What's your move?
Same as last time.
Oh boy.
Let's shoot him. I'll take 1 maneuver to aim.
Hey.
Ah, finally. Oh, that's 14 pierce 2.
Okay, let's see here. You get a free crit, but he is still up. Oof, that'll add up. All right. Anything for that advantage? You want a strain removal or just a boost on your next check?
Yes, I'd like to give a boost to myself to pull the damn lever.
Give yourself confidence by hitting the target.
Yes, I'm like, I can shoot a man, I can pull a lever.
To the what said by Preston there, he went over threshold and then went back under threshold. Don't worry, it's not an infinite thing.
Can Young take a maneuver to aim at the lever?
I don't think that'll do what you want it to do.
No, it's his aim for his hand. It's hand-eye coordination aim.
Yeah, but see, this requires intellect, not coordination.
Yeah, just because he went to college doesn't mean he's smart.
All right. Okay, so it is back up to Sol.
He's in short range.
Yeah,
Short range to me, right? Because he took a maneuver to disengage and then pick up Avalon.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Sol's gonna act like he's gonna get engaged with his lightsaber, and then he's gonna quick draw his pistol and just shoot.
Okay. Coordination dodge. So that'll be since it's short range, that'll be 2. I'll give you a boost though for the cleverness, but 2. So that'll be 2 red and a purple, 3 setback.
Remove one setback with custom grip. I'm gonna upgrade 1. Accurate 4 plus 1 boost. I aim as incidental, and I'll take 2 strain for another aim.
Okay. Don't forget the 4 failures.
Oh.
Can he please forget the 4 failures?
He just barely shifts out of the way as you fire that short range shot. You almost caught him off guard.
I'm taking my 4 strain redo.
4 strain retry? Okay.
That's a lot better.
No, it still misses though, because you forgot the 4 failures.
Yeah, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's
You got 1 better, but it still misses. With a whole lot of advantages in trial.
That's a lot of advantages.
That's a lot of advantages. Triumph. You can get Avalon back.
All right.
First off, if you want, you can get Avalon. You would need to move in gauge to get her, so that would be 2 of the advantages.
Yep.
That leaves you with 9 advantages and a triumph. I would say the triumph would be to get her.
Yeah.
9 advantages. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a weapon to drop because he quick draws the blaster every time he uses it, like putting it away and taking it out. So he doesn't have anything to drop. All of his other stuff's attached to him. And let's see.
Question. The negate the target's defenses with 3 advantages. Could I increase the rounds of that? Like, so for 3 rounds, he has no blacks.
Let's see.
Like, I don't know if you can spend that more than once. That's what I was asking.
I would say you could at least use it currently. It does last for rounds, so that would apply to everyone trying to hit him.
Okay, I'll do that for a round. I have 6, so I have enough to give everybody a boost, right?
Yeah, I would say just you going in like you are and surprising him and getting Avalon back. I'd say gives everyone an inspirational boost at that point.
Okay. So yeah, remove his defenses and everybody gets a boost.
Okay.
And that's round for Avalon book.
All right. Ray will fire at him and try to hit. And he's still, it's even for her, I think. There's an upgrade. Yes, there is. Okay. So 11. She triggers another crit, but he still stays up.
We're slowly not getting scared of him.
Well, it's more of he's, yeah, I'd say he's slowly getting more afraid of you all would be the more accurate. It's his stuff getting harder.
Sure the hell is not more charming.
Okay, Talia, pulse attempt.
Make your bets now. Does the boost help?
No, but it doesn't matter. You did it. Pulse launched.
Thank God. Oh, thank God.
The fact you thought the boost was going to helped.
Yeah.
So take 1 strain.
I placeboed myself, but it was worth it.
And okay, Young and Castum, you'd hear that Talia got it. As
Leap.
Yeah, I was gonna say as you're moving back to do your checks, which would be, so at this point you've pretty much just about only got the setbacks left. It's for Young it would be 1 purple, 3 setbacks. And
his boost and my boost, right? Because didn't he give himself a boost?
Yeah. So yeah, and you have the 2 boosts, but it's 1 purple and 3 setbacks for you, and the same for Castum. So get those ready. But as you're getting those ready, as you're running to do it, you hear another explosion somewhere on the ship, and more systems in the area start to explode. More electrical conduits go up, and you see more bolts shooting out everywhere.
Right, just double check. You said, oh, sorry.
And the place where the slicing was occurring is completed, and the panel falls off the wall, and you see what looks like the interior of a boarding craft. And there are drones sitting there that begin doing more covering fire out.
Huh.
All right.
So it was 1 purple, 3 black, right?
Yes, for both.
And then a boost from
Sol.
Yeah, and that boost from earlier is not the same thing like the boost that we had way earlier. That was from her, Avalon,
that was
right?
From her. That was from her, and Talia did not get anything other than success, so you guys don't have any.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure. And I can't use my Master Artisan to lower that because that just drops it down to easy, so.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, ready.
Fire.
Oh,
Yay!
finally.
Thank God.
Oh yes.
All right. So no more damages to the ship. And with that, I'm gonna have the armored man he shoots his grapple into the boarding opening. And immediately recoils and leaps into it. The boarding hatch closes and seems to leave something behind in order to not cause a vacuum. And you're left alone in a smoking, crackling, no longer energy overloaded, but still heavily damaged reactor.
Holly is just gonna slump over the computer like, oh, thank you.
Well, that went well.
And Finn, by the way, guys, reminder, Finn is still trapped behind the lightning.
I don't know that in character, so someone else needs to deal with it.
I mean, you would have seen, you would have seen it once you got up there.
That's someone else's problem. I'm gonna leap down from where I am and go check on Avalon.
If,
All right.
Does he have a stim pack on him? Like a standard issue stim pack on his belt?
For Avalon or
For
Finn?
No, for...
If someone wants to go over to Finn, or at least you guys, I mean, you don't have to do checks or something. It's just you guys are gonna have to shut down enough power right near him to kind of get him out of there without getting zapped.
Sol's gonna do it. He's trying to rack up how many people he's helped after getting up.
Yeah. So I guess, yeah, Talia and Castum and all that can begin doing that. Young is going to take Avalon. And with that, as people start to recover, we will take a short intermission from the action and be back with more Destiny of the Force after this. All right, and we are back for more action, or rather more talking. Maybe some action. We'll see. So, beginning with a return to Hapes, where we were earlier this session. And we return to Sidani, who is currently in sort of a general meeting area within the palace. This is probably, compared to what you just saw, which was more of the diplomatic, very private area, this is probably the most public area for the palace, where, you know, you kind of lounging about with Sarah and Venata and stuff would be just a little more normal. Like, no one's really gonna blink too much at it, that kind of thing. Tennokai is currently busy on holo calls, but you will be able to speak with her as you wanted before she has to go back to Shadow Mod. But for now, you, Sarah, and Venata are in the main area, and so you basically see Venata. She's still, as she was mentioning earlier, feeling really bad about. She feels good that she and Sid now understand and know more about their family and situation and are starting to make that right, but now she's feeling bad about not being involved in the Saren stuff. And she brings it up, and as you're all sitting around, and Sarah says, "Name seems vaguely familiar. I think I've heard Master Senko speak of the Saren before. Not sure."
So he's someone we might be able to find information on a holobook or something.
The impression I got from Master Senka was that Saren was somewhat of an extremist?
Sid kind of frowns at that. What do you mean?
Well, Master Senka believes that, well, that's one of the most difficult things for the galaxy, but also inversely one of the most important is people who believe in what they do so strongly that they'll die for it. And he has a respect for those people, but also obviously knows they need to be fought.
I guess my question is in regards to what?
And she just kind of shrugs at that.
Do you think you can find out more about him? Asking your master on our behalf.
If I could contact him, but he's still gone, and when he's gone, he's gone. And she kind of just leans back a little.
Yeah, seems to be a Jedi trait.
Vanada just gives you a look. We didn't know about that till today.
Fair enough.
So at this point, as you're all sitting around, you would see Ambrose walk into the chamber, because again, be an area, common area for anyone staying at the palace. And he does notice you all and begins to approach, because why would he not?
Naturally. So just kind of idly, just a lock of hair around her fingers. Just.
You see Vanada look his way and kind of roll her eyes and look at Sid and just feel like all yours, and kind of leans back and looks at her data pad. Sarah, meanwhile, kind of mimics you, but is definitely watching him approach.
Ambrose, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Is your hair still like before?
After Vanada's reaction to wearing leaves kind of around the palace and whatnot, she probably would have taken them out. If for no, and in part to probably demonstrate the writing stuff, but probably does not have at least as many as she did before.
Okay. So you'd see him kind of clearly looking at your hair and kind of seeing that you've tried to fix it a bit, and just raises his eyebrows before winking, and then kind of sort of leaning against one of the other pieces of furniture, asking, "So what are you all doing here?"
Enjoying the Haven tradition of gossip. Care to join us?
"Oh, I have lots of gossip," he says, and sort of sits on, at this point, instead of leaning, sits on one of the arms of the chairs, clearly not caring to actually sit in the chair. Vanada gives a slight scowl and stays looking through her datapad information.
Well, since you are the newcomer here, I suppose it'd be your turn to share something.
Well, what were you talking about? Maybe I can...
We were just discussing some Jedi Knights Masters, and not all that different from the Academy, really. Maybe you can liven up some of the discussion.
My specialty is more nobility than military.
Could you put the name in the chat again?
For whom?
The father's name. Thank you.
And yeah, he just wouldn't know where to begin on noble gossip. He kind of once again looks at. He's looking at all three of you, but it's definitely giving you the most looks, Sid. Eddie, he puts particular emphasis on kind of looking at you when he says noble gossip.
What a shame, what a shame. Well, how, so kind of glance of nodding back, how are things going with the Empire? Any news coming out of there that is Jedi related?
You see, Jedi related.
I have to ask.
Just that I know the Imperial Prince is a very eligible bachelor, and the Imperial nobles are interested. And I know he's spending time with the Jedi due to his mother, I believe.
Wait, you have that on the Prince link?
Oh no, that's the extent of my knowledge. I believe he was at
Sadness.
he was at the event where we met. And you just see Vanada just like tilting forward. You know, you already knew this, but she's still like just, you can tell she's more of trying not to laugh at the eligible bachelor comment more so than anything. She's kind of using the data pad to disguise her face at this point rather than to actually look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And Sarah, on the other hand, looks very interested. It's like, oh, there's a prince on the market?
I mean, how many? It's a big galaxy. I'm sure there's many princes on the market.
And you see her you can see her kind of do her hair for like kind of puff her hair for a moment. It's like, not many are that big. And she kind of makes herself look better for a second, and it's as much teasing toward you as it is actual like show of interest.
There are better options out there, I'm sure. Sid just kind of, I want to say looks a bit suave when she says that, but this is a Mexican standoff for flooding. Oh, man.
I mean, yeah, it's going every direction, so yes. Vanada is just like uninvolved entirely.
Well, any Pawnee gossip that you can tell us about?
No, just that the former Queen Mother is here, and it's causing quite a stir. He raises an eyebrow toward you.
I imagine it would.
At this point, he kind of leans toward Venata and says, "So, got something interesting?" He just kind of leans away from the data pad and tries to fix her hair slightly, and just it's just trying to have a straight face. And no, we're rather stuck on a problem. And he looks to Sid as if hoping she'd elaborate.
As I mentioned, we were gossiping about Jedi Knights and Masters, and we were wondering how to go about finding Sam Crinadar.
Kenador, but yeah.
Crinadar, sorry.
Yeah. And you see him look and say, "Oh. Haven't heard that name in a while. Was one of the knights who traveled with the Jedi Queen."
Oh, really? What do you know about him?
Good. Was a good Jedi. Sorry, not a lot. And you see him looking at you, and then Venata, and kind of looking like he's a few things may be clicking in his mind, and saying not, and just kind of repeating not a lot. But I could try to ask around. I don't know what you have heard, but last I heard, he was supposed to be traveling through unknown regions in wild space, so it may take some time, but I'll see what I can find out.
No, there's no rush, just a bunch of Jedi students telling stories around the Hall of Fire. But if you find anything, be sure to let us know. Jedi Masters always make the best gossip, you know. It's like creds at the Academy.
Yeah. He narrows his eyes a little with a smile and says, "Is that all you were trying to figure out? Can't imagine it would be that complicated."
Sid just gives him an innocent smile. Say, well, you know, it's just fascinating history stuff. Why not?
Venata's gonna kind of grab you by the arm and ask, "Should we ask about Saren?"
Sid nods.
You're whispering, so it's fine.
Sid
You just
go ahead and nods. Yeah, he might have heard something.
she just nods and says, "Right, go get him."
You wouldn't have happened to have heard anything about Saren, would you?
You see his demeanor and like body language change pretty quickly. Not in a negative way, just in in a kind of reactionary way. And he says, Saren, you... And he kind of looks like, I'm sure there are many with that name, but the first that come to mind is Jack Saren? That who you're referring to?
Out of character, is it?
Wouldn't know.
We never got a second name.
Yeah. Some of you have seen one half. Or rather heard one half.
Sid just kind of looks over to Fernando with a kind of shrug. Oh, is that who we're looking for?
Vanada doesn't know because she also wasn't one of the ones to interact with him, but says who's
Then, I mean, maybe. What can you tell us about it?
Jack Saren is former Imperial military. Believe he was on Anaxes when we met as well. He was there for that graduation party on behalf of Moth, I believe. Or rather, at her permission. To my knowledge, they don't get along. But he's a bit of a... You see, like, it seems like he's choosing words very carefully. Like, as if he knows more than what he's trying to say, but that he doesn't want to say everything he knows. Like, he's walking around things he knows, trying to find things he can say.
Gotcha. Sid knows her eyes at him when she realizes he's doing this.
I can tell you one thing. He is currently trying to do experimental work into engines. Since leaving the Imperial military, he's become a pilot. And I think he is currently on the world of Sereno, under the care of Count Belton, who enjoys sponsoring a lot of racing activities. That's at least what I've heard from other nobles. If he's the one, if you're trying to find him or learn more from him, that would be, I suppose, the man to talk to. And you see at this point he's looking down, like you can definitely tell he has held back stuff.
All right. Sid just kind of frowns, but not too long. Unfortunately, she wouldn't really know what more to ask, would she?
No, except that all that combined together does make Vanada kind of lean over and go, I think this is our Saren. If he was on Anaxes, everything went down.
Maybe send a hollow message to the others. They might want to know some of this.
After you talk to Grandmother, we should go to Sereno. Make sure the others meet us there. I can get us a meeting with the Count. That won't be an issue.
Sid nods. All right. It'd be a shame to leave this place so soon, but
We'll come back.
Sid smiles at that. Good, because honestly, I don't see how you ever brought yourself to leave.
She looks around. It's easier. And,
Not sure if you got that.
yeah. So after his telling of his tale, Ambrose begins to get up and say, well, shouldn't take up any more of your lovely time, so.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't a burden. No, I mean, it was a nice, pleasant distraction.
Then I hope to do it again.
Sid just kind of goes a little red and says, "Yeah, I'll see you around."
He fixes his jacket and begins to go on his way. Sarah watching him as he walks off, going, "That's not bad."
No, it is not. But there are, it's no Jedi or anything, no Valiant Knight. So I mean, it's a trade-off. It could be more
giving you a
impressive,
look.
I suppose.
She's giving you a look.
I'm sure she is.
Yeah, it's half flirtatious in her own right, but also just half like, oh, come on. Meanwhile, Vanada is 100% oh, come on, and is getting up to make the necessary calls to see the count and to contact the rest of the team so that you have time
Right.
to talk to Tennoka.
Right, I should probably I should probably go see the former Queen Mother. So I
Sarah just nods and says, "I'll enjoy the luxury for a few hours more."
Thank you. I wish I could do more of the same. But next time.
Next. All right, and so as you go to speak to the Queen Mother, we will now go off to see our last member of the team on the world of Mandalore, as Karas. You just spoke with the prisoner Cinder and your Uncle Harik. So, as you're trying to make sense of your thoughts and figure out what you need to do, where or who are you going to?
Going back to my quarters at the Fade compound, I suppose.
Okay. When you arrive, Malachi is not there. Lonnie is, but is likely alone in her room right now.
Yeah. How late in the day is it?
I would say it's early evening. You suspect Lonnie probably won't be leaving, and Malachi will be back at some point. You know that he tends to come back pretty late, but doesn't get going till late either, as you saw earlier this day. Seems to be more of a night owl.
Understandable. I guess it's with a bit of resignation that Kadas will try to find Lonnie and just stay outside her door and just knock to try to get her attention.
You do?
Lonnie, there's something I feel like I need to talk with you about, and it might be difficult to hear.
She comes to the door and opens it. She's in say the kind of the Mandalorian equivalent to t-shirt and shorts. Just kind of basic coverings. Kind of a concerned look on her face.
Yeah, I imagine at this point, Kyle would have taken his helmet off. He wouldn't have stopped by his room to change out or anything, but Kyle look at her, not quite sure what to say, but against better advice, I just talked with Cinder.
Her eyes kind of go wide, and you see her kind of retreat from you, taking a couple steps back and kind of crossing her arms.
If you'd like to sit down somewhere, we can, but
in response to that, because her musculature is very visible, you just see her leg muscles kind of flex a little bit, and you can tell she ain't sitting.
I don't think it's a secret that this has been bothering me, so I was hoping to gain further insight. Maybe
From the trader?
Yes. She fully admitted to what she's been accused of and showed no remorse for doing so.
You see Lonnie clench her arms a bit, but otherwise, no change.
Well, that has, if you want to know, I found out who hired her and her team, including your father. And I get the sense that maybe Cinder saw an opportunity to. I can't do that. I can't speculate, but do you mind telling me if there's any reason that Clan Fett would hate your Clan Fade, or especially your father?
And she kind of rolls her shoulders back. Members of Clan Fett believe, ones who side with Cinder, her brother, some others, believe my father responsible for wrongdoing. And she kind of seems like she's struggling to kind of have this conversation with you. Okay, it almost looks like she's struggling with the want to kind of come closer to you because she has been showing affection and interest. But between your pushing off of her earlier and this conversation, it's like she doesn't know how to handle you now.
Listen, I'm not going to go asking for your secrets. I'm definitely not accusing you or your clan of anything. It's just, I was expecting her to be defiant or in despair, but it was like she was almost crazed. Just something out there happened, and she admits to doing it, and she doesn't admit that it was for the better of all clans, that maybe it was just for her or hers. So that doesn't excuse it in my eyes. I just felt like I should tell you I spoke with her and not hide it from you.
She uncrosses her arms, but you can tell, like I said, she wants things to be good with you. She wants to, you know, she's struggling with what you're presenting with her, presenting to her.
Yeah. I'm not making it easy, am I? Well,
Malachi and I aren't our father. Whatever he did, if he did anything, he's dead now.
I know, it's just since he was your father, it's presumptuous of me, but I wanted to get answers for you, and once someone's gone, you can't say what you wanted to say or do what you wanted to do. But I thought if I just found out where, when, why, how, it could bring a little peace. But maybe I overstepped. I'm sorry.
All we wanted to do while he was alive was prove we were better than him. You'll never know it. You'll be better than him. Bringing in the one who killed him is enough for me. I don't owe him anything else.
Castle's just kind of nod his head. I need to. I think I don't. I think I need to get better at separating my emotions from what we do for a living. But that's all I wanted to tell you. And before I go, if it's any consolation, I don't think you need to prove anything to anyone.
He gives a short nod before raising an eyebrow slightly and giving you just like half a smile. And do you have to go?
I don't want to, but it could be emotionally, mentally draining tomorrow, and if we're going to start, I'd rather it be on a good note.
What if we left together?
Are you okay with that? There's I mean, we could stay and see this thing through, but you can always schedule an early trip to Osis.
She kind of rolls her eyes.
Oh, you mean like that? Well, I'm wearing all this armor, and I just don't have anywhere to put my gear safely.
Few scratches will do it good. You'd have a very open stance. It's up to you.
He's gonna look around, like he's just kind of considering just walking away. Just eventually he'll step forward. Just be gentle.
Probably the biggest smile you've gotten from her to this point accompanies that line, and then we will cut away.
Hey, two, what are they? Both Brawn 4, Brawn 5 almost.
She's Brawn 4, Agility 4.
Oh man, people could get hurt.
All right, and so with that, we will go to the Star Destroyer, where you all are, I would say, in various states of recovery. So we're not going to worry about strain right now. That'll all get cleared before you next need it, I think. But let's see. We got Finn is still out, but he's getting medical attention. Talia, you'd be welcome to help him if you want.
Oh yeah.
Avalon would be up, but is hobbling around due to the leg injury.
I'll get to her eventually too. Don't worry.
Cat's
Yeah,
probably
but-
just very going.
And so I'd say you guys would be in one of the inner, like the main rooms of one of the main like meeting rooms on the Star Destroyer, and would be there with Admiral Masai, and you would probably have just gotten done being thanked for helping and being told the damages to the ship are repairable. Basically, the engines had a problem and communications got basically totaled. So
Considering it's my fault, Cass, or his fault, Cass would absolutely offer any assistance in fixing any of that.
he said that like the Admiral would basically indicate to you that that's appreciated, but fine. And he would go on to tell you all that in the chaos, the experimental starfighter was taken by the armored man's recovery team that came to get him out as well.
Knew it.
So, but otherwise, he would have thanked you for your efforts, apologized obviously to the prince for everything, and that he will endeavor to do better for all of his crew, and to get everything working and get everyone back to Imperial space, like core Imperial space, as soon as possible for leave and full recovery of the ship.
Damn the consequences for saying it, but Cass is going to apologize for damaging the ship.
You'll be thanked for your efforts, even if there was damages. But yeah, okay. So at this point, you guys can interact with each other. Obviously, determine what you want to do, focus on, etc. Finn can be checked by Talia. So go ahead and make a medical check against 3 purple for that, Talia.
Okay, I'll remove one of those because of the backpack.
That's only for crits.
Ah, right. Short text doesn't say that, but it'd be nice.
Okay, how much is that? 5?
I believe so.
That will... If it's only 5, he still won't be up.
I can stim him too.
No, you don't need to. I'm just saying, like, just letting you know that he still won't be up. Okay, so does anyone wish to talk to Admiral Messiah in an actual conversation, or talk to Avalon, or anything else? Or Ray, obviously, is around there as well.
Still wanted to know what the casualty count was so far. If they've gotten up yet.
You were a little robotic there, but I think I picked up everything you said. The Admiral would just say that they're still calculating it, but it appears that outside of some troopers lost to the drones inside and a few pilots lost on the outside, casualties are minimal to none. I guess it would be casualties are minimal. I'm saying that they don't know if there are any more casualties than that. Is when I said none.
Cass will take that moment to feel good that he probably actually stopped them from a lot of people from dying because of the drones. Because I kind of forgot how many drones there were.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Most of the drones, by the way, self-destructed in some way after they weren't responding for a certain amount of time. It wasn't a big explosion or anything, but you do find most aspects of them to be unrecoverable. It appears that they're learning from you having stolen some.
So you said most.
Well, you can get some bits and pieces here and there. Nothing to. When I say mostly destroyed, I mean like each one is mostly destroyed.
I thought you said that most of them were destroyed. Okay, so I was like, oh, only most?
Yeah, you would have recovered a couple of kyber crystals here and there, not enough to even like make a lightsaber crystal from, probably. It's like shards of them being used. So that's also telling you that they're probably breaking apart what crystals they have in order to make these. So they probably have enough crystals to make a lot of these.
Damn it, I was just about to ask about that too.
Yeah.
I was like, free lightsaber crystal, please?
From the shards, can we tell what type of kyber crystal, like, or like the lineage of like what planet might be coming from?
You aren't able to determine that, but you are able to determine that they are probably the stolen shipments crystals, the one you've been chasing this time. Just as confirmation of that. You already probably figured that, but it's confirmation.
So wherever the hell those came from.
Yeah.
So there's none that are like different from those to find out if they've been from other places as well.
No.
Okay.
Your guess would be all the crystals they're using, at least for these, have come from that.
In that case, after hearing the casualties, Sol's just gonna walking past Cass and just sort of pats his shoulder and goes to check on Talia, making sure that she's not working too hard because she needs heal as well.
Yeah, Talia would just give him a knowing look and just keep working.
Between patients, he'll just give you food more.
Okay.
Sol was going to talk to Young, but he marched off, so...
Check on him later.
So, would anyone else be heading back to the ship at this point, or just Young?
I imagine Cass would be talking to Avalon about what the mistakes he made and how they went about fixing it, so he could plan on not making that mistake ever again if somehow this ever comes up.
Yeah. Most of what she says is sounds like you need an Imperial analyst. Kind of like it's kind of the joke she makes is you need someone like me. Is most of what she'd joke about, but she would talk about stuff with you.
Actually, Sol's gonna go after you to check on him.
Okay.
He understands the position he was in.
Yeah. And okay. Yeah, and so Ray would head back with Sol. Does Talia head back as well, knowing that Finn just needs time?
Yeah, I think after giving everyone a once over and everything's fine, she'll head back.
Okay. So I think it sounds like everyone's heading to the ship then. So we'll have Young and Sol first. So Young, you're at the ship. You're on the ship when Sol approaches.
Probably banging on the captain's quarters if he locked himself in.
Gareth?
You're muted, by the way, if you forgot.
Ah.
I was gonna be like, and now it's baby problems.
Ooh, okay.
Move on to somebody else while Sol's just in the background, like, come on, it wasn't that bad. Like, banging on the door.
I understood him, but there was still a lot of robot.
All right. Well, since having a few difficulties there, let's yeah, we'll have everyone else get on, and so everyone but Sol, I guess, gets on the ship, and Sol's trying to talk to Young, and you guys would be getting a message coming through from Vanada.
Yeah, Talia will put her stuff down and look up and be like, "Yeah, Renata, it's good to see you."
Yeah. So as the hollow's coming through, he says this. Hope you all are doing well. It took some time for R2 to make contact with you, but I have managed.
Cass is probably just going, with the so-so hand wave.
How's things going on Hapes?
And she just looks a little conflicted. Well, but we have information I think you might want.
That doesn't sound good.
While talking to a friend of Sidani's, we think we might have found out who Saren is.
Dahlia's definitely looking up a bit more. And who's that exactly?
Saren isn't a code name, but a last name, we believe. That this is referring to a man named Jack Saren, a former Imperial military.
The Jax that was on an axis?
Think so.
Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? When I talked to him, he was talking about making a prototype engine for speeding racers. But if he has his hands in kyber crystals and drones, an engine can do a lot more than that, couldn't it?
Sol told us he was creating a ship.
That would be the weapon.
Well, Sidani's friend also told us that he was on the planet of Sereno, currently being sponsored by a count there, Belton. I familiar with the name and have gotten us an opportunity to meet the count.
Benata, you're a gem. It's the best shot we have. At the very least, I think it'll give us more answers than we have.
And she just nods and says, okay. Well, we'll be getting to Sereno as soon as we can.
If you find him, be careful. When I met him, he was armored. No one with good intentions is armored. Like that.
As I looked down at my armor.
Hidden armor.
That's kind of how customs is too, but yeah, anyway.
Yeah. Mine's just a weird stealth suit with armor inserts.
Which is kind of what she saw on the other guy. Anyway.
Well, you almost blew up a ship today, so for now it's valid.
Anyway, so Venata nods and says, so we'll see you there?
You can count on it. I'll let So know as soon as I can. And Young.
All right. And she just ends the comm at that point. You get a little hollow of R2 that comes up and translates that no contact has been made with Kadas recently. Nothing to share.
Thank you, Uncle R2. I'm sure he'll check in soon.
Then he gives a little whistle and the comm closes. Ray just kind of comes up close and says, what if they're all there?
What do you mean? All of them on Sereno?
What if it isn't just Saren?
Probably isn't. But the thing is he told me as well he was going to Sereno. And if it's a trap, I still don't know what other choice we have. That's all we can do to be prepared.
Are we enough?
She'll kind of pause and look around the room. We've made it this far, haven't we? Even if we're not enough, we'll find a way. We don't know what we're going up against. And I'm not the one for plans. That's young and Sol. But even if today didn't go as well as we planned, we know where we're going. We know what's ahead of us. We'll just have to face it head on.
She just nods and says, get the ship started.
It'll be okay, Ray. You'll see.
Transitioning now to the world of Hapes once more. We see out by a window, standing together, Sidani and Tennoka. Some small conversation up to this point, really pertaining to the how to help Venata, but so the two of you are there. What do you want to discuss?
I wanted to ask, and both you and our mother were both Queen and Jedi, right? After you left, I suspect that Venata feels a bit trapped, envious that I have the availability to run down the path of our parents. But, well, I guess you're in a closer position that she's currently in. How do you have any advice on being both Queen and Jedi then that I could give her?
She tilts her head and says, the walls we construct for ourselves are the greatest we will face. Nothing keeps her from being like her mother but her.
Okay. I'm not sure how to pass off that advice, but I'll think of something.
She nods as if you're getting a little ahead of yourself.
I mean, it is, yeah.
And she says, hope it'll take time.
Sid's shoulders just kind of slump a little bit, but she nods. And how did you choose which one of us went where? If I can ask that, I don't know if I can, but I'm just and it's not that I'm not grateful or anything. I'm just curious. And at that point, Sid kind of silences herself so Tenokar can talk.
She just raises her arm and gets a decent braid of your hair and puts it in your face before dropping it.
Oh. I guess the connection would have been too obvious, huh?
And she nods.
Right.
It is our gift from, and she kind of is like pointing out the hair to yourself and her own. And it's just, it is our gift from Dathomir. What helped you blend in there would have made you stand out here.
From Dathomir.
Yes, it comes from my mother, who was fully Dathomiri. It was the first to be born of both worlds.
You're about Dathomir. I didn't realize. What? I'm not sure how to ask this, so do pardon any awkwardness. I know I've been a shining model of composure this entire time, much like my sister. But, well, how... I guess my question is, that was not a good time for me to be drawing a blank. So I had it planned out, and then doing the stuttering, I actually forgot it. So I'm sorry. Sid just kind of puts our hands together and if what being a Jedi, I mean, I know there's other people I can ask, but any advice on that front? Because I know I have not been doing a good job of, well, being a Jedi.
And she just kind of smiles and says that. I not claim myself to be the best. Only that I have strived my whole life to be better. For many years I was not a Jedi, I was Queen. Only your mother dared to attempt both.
It really is a daunting prospect. I'd assume that most of us would have to pick one or the other. Our own walls be damned or enacted.
And she looks at you and says, what would you rather be? Jedi or Queen?
Sid kind of shakes her head. I only have the Jedi option. It's Fanata that has both. And that's who I'm worried about.
She tilts her eyes downward and says, "The burden of this throne is on our family. I did not want it. Perhaps your sister doesn't either. Together you'll figure it out. That much I have faith in. Your mother and I weren't so lucky as to have a sister."
Sid just kind of stands there in silence. She wants to say, "I don't think that's how it works," but to Nicole is not the person. She would know much better than Sid would. If it's not too much trouble, if there are any more questions, would you mind if I sent you hollow messages to ask? I know this whole thing is kind of overwhelming at a glance, and right now I'm just the tourist. Can't imagine what Fana's going through, but if I could, I get the feeling I'm going to need more advice. I just don't know what it is yet.
He puts a hand on your shoulder and says, "I am frequently busy with my students, but I will always make time for you and your sister. And you asked what was something I learned to be a better Jedi, and that is patience. I know we'll see each other again. And yes, if time can be made, I will speak with you across the stars. But to see you again."
Sid smiles, kind of gives a quick hug. And I think that's it. At least from Sid.
Then as you depart one another, and I presume you would be looking to head toward the hangar, go for the ship, since that's where you know Venata went.
Yeah. Unless you need to pick up the dragon from Dragon Daycare first.
Venata probably would have done that. Or actually, I think as long as you've gotten Sarah comfortable enough with it, I think that probably would have been what she did. Actually,
Gotcha.
that would make more sense, I think.
Hey, Grandma, you wouldn't happen to have any advice on how to raise dangerous beasts, would you?
Afraid you'll have to ask your mother.
Sid just makes a face.
Yeah, so as you begin to head toward the hangar, then you will be not really stopped per se, but you'll quickly find kind of catching up to walk with you Ambrose once more.
Come to see me off?
So difficult to find you alone.
Well, you've managed twice today already. Doesn't seem to be that difficult for you.
I had to try this time.
Should I stop making it a challenge then? See how good you really are.
Hate to interrupt important business.
It wasn't business, just personal stuff. What did you want to talk about?
This man you were asking about, Saren.
What about him?
He kind of gives you a softer look. He's dangerous, Sadani.
I'm dangerous too.
And he gives a smile and he says, "That much I know."
All right. What do I need to watch out for then?
Well, I know how quickly you can be taken in by a nice smile, but he's too old for you. He's kind of teasing you with that.
Uh-huh. Well, fortunately, evildoers don't tend to disarm people with dashing smiles, so I don't think I have to worry too much.
He just kind of tilts his head forward and says, "I want to come with you."
To Sirocco.
Serena. Yes, to Serena.
Serena, sorry. Wrong planet. Sid stands the fabric, just kind of taken back from him. And then there's room on the ship. I don't see why not. If he's dangerous, well, I mean, if he's dangerous, how would you being there have to help? I'd have to be protecting your ass, wouldn't I?
If it brings us closer.
Are you that desperate to play the damsel?
Easier to save me than your sister.
Yes, but her I would actually want to save. You're charming, but
He raises an eyebrow.
so far.
I've met Count Belton too. I can help.
Alright, grab your blaster, I guess. See what you got. But if you die, it is not on me.
He pats his jacket like, who needs plasters?
Alright, but if you die, it's not on me. You're the one that's going to have to keep up with a bunch of Jedi.
And he kind of gives you a look and says, well, if it's with you, I'll manage.
Sidhani gives him a rather flirtatious smile. Then I look forward to seeing what you're capable of. This way. And she'll lead him in the direction of the ship.
Yeah, and as he follows, he says, so does your ship have extra beds, or are we sharing?
I'm sure there's space in the cargo hold.
Oh, so that's where you sleep.
That's where... What? That's where things can be stored so they don't move around during the night.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I move around too much. You have to find somewhere else for me.
So just kind of stutters a little bit and... Well, you can sleep with the dragon then. She could use the company. Just try not to get eaten.
I'm sure I've seen worse. So as you head to the ship and kind of get to it, Sarah's on the ramp, kind of giving you a surprised look, but otherwise, you two will head on board, and I think that is where we'll end this week's session. And thanks for joining us, everyone who listens in live and afterward on YouTube. And yeah, we'll see you next time for the end of the first arc and the beginnings of so many more. So yeah, we'll see you then.
Bye.
Bye.